Manhattan. Good morning. Good morning. Welcome to the Tuesday, October 1st, 2024 Tarrant County Commissioners Court meeting. I now call the meeting to order.
Tim O'Hare, County Judge.
Present.
Roy Charles Brooks, Commissioner Precinct 1.
Present.
Elisa Simmons, Commissioner Precinct 2.
Here.
Gary Fickus, Commissioner Precinct 3.
Here.
Manny Ramirez, Commissioner Precinct 4.
Here.
Constitution Court.
All right, thank you very much. Today's invocation will be led by Mike Glenn, who's the teaching pastor at Freedom Ministry in Colleyville. Please rise for the invocation and the pledges.
What an extraordinary privilege it is to pray for our county and this court, and I thank you. Father, we praise you that you have invited us to come before you in prayer. In fact, your invitation is so warm and beautiful that you've insisted that we pray constantly, and we love you and thank you for that. Thank you for this great country that we live in. And today we have brothers and sisters on the East Coast who are hurting. Many in North Carolina have lost lives, families are hurt, and I pray for your comfort and your ongoing protection for that part of our nation right now. I pray today also for our county. What a pleasure and a thrill it is to be a part of this county. And I pray for this court, our leaders, our servants who work so hard to take care of our affairs. And as we enter into that business of taking care of this community, I pray that you will give each and every one of them your wisdom. And I also ask, Father, that you keep it in our minds that your Son said, when we pray that your will be done. And I ask that in every issue that faces this court and this county, that we remember that you are number one. And when your will is done, our county thrives and we become a light for counties around our nation, states around our country, and people around the world to look at Tarrant County and say, something is special there. There's a light that we see. God, I pray that in all we do, we can glorify you. And it's in Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance to our flag. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And now the Texas flag.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Good morning, court members.
Good morning.
Good morning.
A couple of agenda announcements and then just one operational announcement for everyone.
Quiet.
To start, we have 4 items which have been pulled from the consent agenda due to audience participation. Those items are C2, G2, K2, a lot of 2s today, and O1. So once again, C2, G2, K2, and O1.
Okay.
And then one operational announcement, court, just so everyone's aware. Back in August, this court had authorized me to send a termination notice to Garza County when we were ready to do that. We did do that back in August with a 60-day notice. That notice ended yesterday on September 30th. Back on mid-September, about 17th or 18th, the jail commission was in town to inspect the final tower upon completion of our HVAC and building controls project. We passed that inspection. Facilities and the administration immediately turned that tower back over to the sheriff's office so they could start repopulation. Over the next week or so, basically about the 18th through the 26th, the Sheriff's Office transported prisoners either back to Tarrant County or were picked up by the Texas Department of Corrections to be prisoners of the state. So I'm happy to say that as of last Thursday, I believe it was, all prisoners have been removed from Garza County 4 days before the deadline, and that contract is effectively closed.
Congratulations.
All right, do we have any announcements from the commissioners?
I do. I have 2 events coming up in Precinct 2. The first is our Precinct 2 elections town hall, which takes place Thursday, October 17th from 5:30 to 7:30. It's for people to come and learn more about elections, how they work in Tarrant County from top to bottom, beginning to end. We will have a couple of machines there so that folks, the public can practice or see how the machines work. We invited the Election Integrity Task Force to come and do a presentation, but they declined, unfortunately. Otherwise, we will have our elections department there and are happy to invite everybody to come out. Also, I am having our second annual Precinct 2 Halloween Fun Fest. That's Thursday, October 31st, 2024, from 5 to 7 at the Mansfield Sub-Courthouse on the front lawn. This is a family-friendly event that's free to attend. Last year we had lots of county services out there, some school district services, and lots of food and candy, AgriLife, but we do have candy. And so last year was a blast, so if you've got folks in Mansfield, they should come on out, and we're just right there on the front lawn. That's it.
All right, anything else from the commissioners? All right, seeing none, we move to the proclamations and resolutions section. First up is employee recognition. So I'm going to ask all of our employees who are here, as I call your name, to stand as a group before we recognize individually the 25-year and up. For our 5-year employees, we have Courtney Harvey, Sario Banda, Courtney Davis, Edward Espinoza Jr., Karen Estrada Mata, Derek Fry, Angela Gaither, Heather Graves, Tamika Hill, Caroline Hills, Lori Kirkpatrick, Elena Ortega, Jerry Sally, Henry Vallejo, and Nancy Ventura. Thank you all for 5 years. We appreciate you. All right, next we have our 10-year employees, starting with Susan Daniel, Tracy Dipple, Leanne Hazard, Elvia Martinez, Chastity Meredith, Kira Monthi, Melissa Randall, and Marisol Veronese. Thank you all for your 10 years. All right, next our 15-year employees. We have Judge Ruben Gonzalez, Annette Higgins, Helen Hune, Lauren Jernigan, Shannon Shaw, William Wessel, and Amber Wills. Thank you all for 15 years. We appreciate you very much. Now for our 20-year employees, we have Manuela Gonzalez. Hello, Manuela. We have Christy Rayinga. We have Jason Ware. And we have William Wilkerson. All right, thank you all for 2 decades of service. All right, next we have our 25-year employees. First, we have Robert Brown, Jr., who's an operations sergeant with the Sheriff's Office. Hello, Deputy Brown. How are you, Sergeant Brown? He was born in Arlington, went to high school at Decatur. He is currently pursuing his degree at Tarleton State, which is very cool. Congrats to you. Has 2 boys, ages 24 and 21. Loves to travel. He has been a jailer, a dispatcher, a patrol officer, a crime scene investigator, an internal affairs investigator, sergeant in operations, sergeant over crime scenes, sergeant over warrants, and sergeant in judicial. And thank you, Sergeant, for your 25 years. We greatly appreciate you. All right, next we have Cynthia Holloway. Cindy Holloway. How are you? So she was born at HEB Hospital in Bedford, graduated from Burleson High School in 19-something. She has 2 kids, 1 boy, 1 girl, 1 grandchild, a girl named Reagan. And fact that no one knows about her, she's very shy. She likes to spend time with her granddaughter, read ancient historical fiction, and shop. And she is, all of her service, all 25 years, has been in the county clerk's office. She's been a customer service clerk, worked in the criminal department, been a settings clerk, a Class C appeals clerk, and a Class C appeals coordinator, and that's what she does today. Her most memorable moment, when a friend of hers who worked in the same department as her and her husband, who worked for the Tarrant County Sheriff's Office, told her that she needed to meet their friend. After much coaxing, she did meet him. And 8 months later, she married him, and they've now been married for 23 years, so very cool story. And what she likes the most is the family-like atmosphere working for the county, specifically the family atmosphere in the county clerk's office. And she says her coworkers and management both are there for her in good times and bad. So thank you, Cindy, for your 25 years. We appreciate you. All right, next we have Cynthia Smith. Cynthia, are you with us? Hello, how are you? She has been with us 25 years also. She is a customer service representative. She was born in Corsicana, graduated from Paschal High School, and also attended Tarrant County College. Fact that no one knows about her, she's a Dallas Cowboys fan no matter what. Something tells me people know that. And we have to especially emphasize no matter what this season, I think. What she likes to do is hang out with family and friends. And she has also been an administrative clerk. Her most memorable moment, during her 5th year with the county, she was diagnosed with lupus and went out on sick leave for 5 years. When she returned, she was blessed to return a few hours a day until she was able to go a full 8 years, which was, 8 hours, which was a year. Many hospital stays, 2 hip replacements, 25 years later. Look at her now, and she's very excited to be here, and we're excited to have you here. And what she likes the most, trying new things, restaurants, shopping, new cities, states, cruising. Those things make her very happy. Where's the last new city you went to? Well, I think that was the first one you went to. So, all right, thank you very much for your 25 years. We appreciate you. Okay, we also have, and I don't believe we have any forms from them, 25 years we have Daniel Estrada Jr. I don't believe he is with us today, but let's give him a round of applause for his 25 years. And Jason Wheeler. Is Jason with us? Okay, let's give him a round of applause. Thank him for 25 years. All right, now we go to our 30-year employees. Milton Cuser. How are you, sir? Did I say it correctly? Cuser. Okay, close enough. Born in Dallas, went to Lake Highlands High School, Went to Texas Tech. How many guns up do we have in the audience? We have one. Okay. Fact that no one knows about him, which is something you and I have very much in common. He hates to dance. So yes, sir, I'm with you. I've never lied to my wife about anything, but she loved to dance. And she said, would I still do it when we got married? And I said yes. And I meant it, but I haven't. So he likes to travel, camp, watch movies, cook, and it engages in flight simulation, which is cool. He is captain of our training academy at the sheriff's office. And he's been in other jobs, including confinement, patrol, warrants, internal affairs. He's been an accident investigator and a hostage negotiator. He's had some incredible experiences, as you might can imagine. His most memorable moment was all the hoopla surrounding Y2K. And what he likes the most, to do the most, is a great meal at a great travel location with family or friends. Thank you, Captain, for your 25 years, your 30 years. We appreciate you. Yeah. All right, also with us 30 years, Sharon Downs. Hello, Sharon. How are you? Good morning. She was born in Fort Worth. Went to Pasco High School, went to college at Texas Wesleyan, has 3 children, Larry Jr., Noel, and Camille. Fact that no one knows about her, she attended nursing school before selecting a career in social work. What she likes to do for fun, attend sporting events and other outings with family and friends. Other titles she has had with the county: Assistant Supervisor and Caseworker 2 in Human Services. Her most memorable moment was the opening of the Resource Connection campus, which created a one-stop shop for the community to access employment, financial assistance, food assistance, health, and other resources to enhance self-sufficiency. What she likes the most, working with a team who represents Tarrant County in an excellent and professional manner, being creative and developing new methods to enhance her department's customer service delivery, providing services to the community and collaborating with other agencies to prevent homelessness and disconnection of utilities with a focus on client self-sufficiency, and making a positive impact. And that you absolutely do and have for 30 years, and we are grateful for your service. Thank you. All right, and I believe we also have, but not with us today, I don't believe, is Paul Brinkley with the 372nd District Court. He has also been with us for 30 years. Let's give Paul a round of applause. We have 2 people to celebrate today who have been with us for 35 years. The first is Patricia Gada Cannon. Are you with us? Okay, she is with the 153rd District Court. 35 years is incredibly remarkable. In fact, everyone combined today represents 655 years of service to Tarrant County citizens and businesses. So let's give Patricia a big round of applause. And our last person to recognize for the day is Mike Amador. Where are you, Mike? There we go. Mike has been with us for 35 years, and he started at the then Tarrant County Convention Center way back when. He is, as everyone knows, our Director of Facilities Management, born in Fort Worth. Went to Arlington Heights High School, went to TCU, Fear the Frog, he says. 2 children, Whitney and Ryan. Fact that no one knows about him is he loves operas and classical music, and they are season ticket holders for the Dallas Opera and attend as many DSO concerts as he can. Do you bring a sack lunch when you go there? Okay. Only a few know what that means, but it's funny. So this is kind of cool. Something else no one knows about him. He recorded an album with a band in the late 70s. Thought he was on his way to stardom, and he became a star, just a star here in Tarrant County. What he likes to do for fun: read, take day trips with his wife on the weekends, and visit historical sites. He has been an event attendant, an event supervisor, an event coordinator, operations manager, custodial supervisor, support services manager, assistant director of support services, and assistant director of building services. His most memorable moment, Mike is a big tennis fan, and when he was with the convention center, was watching Team USA defeat Team Switzerland in the 1992 Davis Cup Finals. Pretty cool. Yeah. What he likes the most, when he started at the county in April of '88, he told his bride it would be a one-year job because working at the convention center was a circus. Never quite understood the connection of county government and show business. He has loved his time with the county. He's worked for 2 departments, the Convention Center, Facilities Management. Both have provided him with never-ending requests, daily challenges, complex situations, and ever-changing directions. He never has a dull day. He enjoys the continuous interaction with both county employees and the public. And Mike is a person of strong faith, and he shares that with people he comes in contact with. Thank you for the visit we had. Let's give it up. 35 years, Mike Amador. And I believe Mrs. Amador is with us. Is that right? Stand up. Let us acknowledge you. Yep. All right. Thank you all. And let's give one more big round of applause to all our employees. Thank you very much for what you do. We have a motion to receive and file this.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right. Please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Y'all may all now leave if you choose to do so. There's a reception for you on the 4th floor. And again, thank you for your service. We will pause briefly while they exit. Okay. What's next?
Church was our ministry.
Freedom Ministry in Colleyville. Okay, this is going to be Rich here. All right, next up on our agenda is a resolution celebrating the 50th anniversary of the Southwest Bluegrass Club. Kurt Green, the president of Southwest Bluegrass Club, is here. We're going to bring him up here in just a second. Let me read the resolution. It's celebrating the 50th anniversary of the Southwest Bluegrass Club. The Southwest Bluegrass Club is the oldest continually operating bluegrass and folk music organization in the state of Texas, celebrating 50 years as a nonprofit organization in 2024. Since its founding in 1974, the SBC has hosted over 600 public events, including monthly gatherings and jam sessions, making an indelible impact on the bluegrass and folk music communities in Texas and beyond. The SBC has a remarkable legacy, serving as a launching point for numerous national and international artists, including the Dixie Chicks, Brad and Greg Davis, all who've gone on to play with iconic performers such as Earl Scruggs, Marty Stewart, and Sam Bush. The club has provided space for musicians of all skill levels, from amateurs to aspiring professionals, fostering a sense of community and dedication to the preservation of bluegrass music. The SBC's commitment to our community is reflected in its outreach programs, including scholarships for students pursuing degrees in bluegrass folk music, free educational programs for elementary school students, and performances at senior living centers. In their next 50 years, the SBC is dedicated to preserving the legacy of bluegrass music, including plans for the development of an online resource library to provide educational and instructional materials to the public. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the Commissioner Court of Tarrant County, recognize the Southwest Bluegrass Club as they celebrate their 50th anniversary, commemorating their remarkable contribution to the musical fabric of Texas and leadership in preserving and promoting bluegrass music. Do we have a motion to approve this resolution?
So moved.
And a second? All right. Any discussion? Please cast your vote. All right. It passes unanimously. And now I'd like to call forward Kurt Green to say a few words, but also say a few words in music, I believe. So, Kurt, take it away.
Thank you for this privilege of being recognized by this club. 50 years as a volunteer-run nonprofit is kind of unheard of. Usually 10 years and somebody leaves and everything goes away. So it's really an honor to be representing the club. I'm the current president of the club, and been a lot before me and a lot of bluegrass before me. I've only done it a short time. Just want to invite everybody out. We are celebrating the 50 years, having a festival in downtown Grapevine, part of Tarrant County. On Main Street, we're going to have bands and lots of jamming. You can show up and just have fun. I'm going to sing you a little selection. With the father of bluegrass was Bill Monroe back in the 40s, and he was famous for this song, Blue Moon of Kentucky. Blue moon of Kentucky, keep on shining. Shine on the one that's gone through, done through. Blue moon of Kentucky, keep on shining. Shine on the one that's gone left and blue. It was on a moonlight night, the stars shining bright. They whispered on high, your love said goodbye. Keep on shining, shine on the one that's gone through. There's a well-beaten path on this old mountainside where I wandered when I was a lad. There I wandered along to the place I call home in those Blue Ridge hills far away. Oh, I love those hills over in the mud. From those Blue Ridge hills I live roam. When I die, won't bury me on the mountain, far away in my Blue Ridge mountain home. Far away in the Blue Ridge mountain home.
Outstanding. All right. Somebody's probably going to take some pictures here. We'll present this to you. All right. How are you, sir? Thank you for that. Yeah. This is yours. All right. Thanks, sir. Appreciate being here. All right, next up on the agenda, we have a resolution in honor of Hispanic Women's Network of Texas, Arlington Chapter. Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you. So I do have a good number of attendees here at court today. So I'll ask you to stand while I read it, and then we'll come up and take a picture, and then your representative can speak after that. So Florence Salazar is the chairperson. Good to see you again. Amanda Aranzola, chair-elect. Norma Garcia Lopez is the treasurer. Hey, back there. Monica Flores. Hello. Tara Maldonado Wilson. Is she here? I don't see her. Joanna Cardoza, the shortest in the bunch. Constable Sandra Lee. Hey, Constable. Irene Sanchez Ross. Ophelia Faz Garcia. Garcia. Ashley Rodriguez. Hey, Ashley. And Selena Vasquez. Y'all brought a whole bunch of folks. Glad you could come out. In honor of Hispanic Women's Network of Texas Arlington Chapter, in recognition of National Hispanic Heritage Month. Whereas the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County recognizes the significant contributions of the Hispanic residents in our community, state, and nation. And whereas the Hispanic Women's Network of Texas was founded in 1987 and is a vital organization dedicated to empowering Hispanic women through education, mentorship, and advocacy throughout the state of Texas. And whereas the inaugural year of the Hispanic Women's Network of Texas Arlington Chapter marks a significant milestone in the advancement of Hispanic women in Tarrant County. And whereas National Hispanic Heritage Month, celebrated from September 15th to October 15th, is a time to honor the cultural contributions of Hispanics and Latino Americans. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County, hereby extends its sincere congratulations and best wishes to the Hispanic Women's Network of Texas Arlington Chapter on its inaugural year and appreciates the valuable work of the Hispanic Women's Network of Texas in advancing women in public, corporate, and civic life through education, personal and professional development, and promoting diversity and inclusion in our community, and encourages all citizens of Tarrant County to recognize and celebrate the contributions of Hispanic women during National Hispanic Heritage Month and throughout the year. In witness whereof, we have hereunto set our hands and caused the seal of Tarrant County to be affixed this first day of October 2024. I move approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. Passes unanimously. Let's give them a round of applause. C2G2.
Last one. 1, 2.
All right, next up on our agenda is a proclamation in honor of National 4-H Week. Oh, we have speakers. No, it's not next up yet.
Sorry, can you hear me? Sorry. On this time, I'd like to, on behalf of HWNT Arlington, my name is Florence Salazar. I am the chair, and I am so grateful for this opportunity. I would like to extend our heartfelt, grateful thank you to County Commissioner Elisa Simmons, and the beautiful proclamation. Your recognition means the tirelessly efforts of our means. It strengthens our community, our commitment to serving, and our passion and our purpose. So thank you for your unwavering support. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank y'all for coming out. Thanks for what you do.
All right, and now we will go to the proclamation for National 4-H Week. Commissioner Ramirez.
Yes, I'm very excited to present this proclamation and recognize National 4-H Week in Tarrant County. As everybody knows, Tarrant County has a long history of supporting our 4-H, AgriLife, FFA programs, and it's very difficult to quantify the impact that they have in the lives of our youth and our community. I'm going to try in this resolution, but
They're an invaluable resource for building what we have here in Tarrant County, which is special. So I'll read this proclamation now. Whereas the Tarrant County Commissioners Court is proud to honor the 4-H Youth Development Program of the Texas A&M AgriLife Extension Services for 117 years of providing experience-based education to youth throughout the Lone Star State, and whereas this admirable program provides learning and growing experiences for the whole child, including head, heart, hands, and health, and helps young Texans to acquire the knowledge, develop life skills, and form attitudes to enable them to become self-directed, productive, and contributing members of our society. And whereas a vital component of the program is youth-adult partnership provided through hundreds of adult volunteers who generously dedicate their time, talents, and resources to the youth in Tarrant County. And whereas Tarrant County 4-H serves 600 youth through long-term, year-round programming and community clubs, and an additional 15,000 who participate in short-term activities and events. Whereas throughout its proud history, the 4-H program has developed positive role models for countless Texans, and through its innovative and inspiring programs continues to build character and to instill the values that have made our state strong and great. Now therefore be it resolved that we, the Tarrant County Commissioners Court, do hereby proclaim October 6th through 12th, 2024 as National 4-H Week in Tarrant County, and commend the 4-H Youth Development Program of Texas A&M AgriLife Extension Service and the many volunteer men and women who have made the program a success. In witness thereof, we have hereunto set our hand and caused the seal of Tarrant County to be affixed this first day of October 2024. I move for approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. Passes unanimously.
And with us from 4-H, we have Caden Gordillo, Samantha Duncan, Jack Stoffels, Jordan Durr, Matthew Durr, Emma Harvey, and Lane Olmstead. If you'd like to come up, please. Yeah, around here.
Hi.
How cute.
A few students that'll say a few words.
We just want to thank the judge and commissioners today for all their support to the 4-H program. My name is Kate Marshall, and I'm lucky enough to be the advisor of the 4-H program here in Tarrant County. And so we have a couple of our senior-aged 4-H members who have taken on expanded leadership roles. And so Caden and Emma are going to take just a few moments to tell you what 4-H means to them.
Good morning, my name is Emma Harvey. You might be thinking, what has 4-H impacted on my life? Through 4-H, I've grown as a leader through all the opportunities that are available to me. I've been acceptable into the Texas Equine Ambassador Program and serve as a club president and the Tarrant County 4-H Youth Council Secretary. 4-H is like a second family to me and is a great program for the youth. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Caden, and I'm a 10th grader at Eaton High School. I'm currently serving as the Reporter Public Relations Officer for Tarrant County 4-H. When I joined 4-H 6 years ago, my primary goal was to show rabbits, but I never anticipated how much it would transform my life. Today, I'm engaged in leadership and career readiness programs that have equipped me with essential skills for my future. 4-H has opened my eyes for new trades like food nutrition, and I'm now excitedly planning a career in that field. I aim to attend Texas A&M to study food science with hopes of one day owning my own restaurant for food business. Without 4-H, I would never have considered my passion for food science or even considered a school like A&M. The experiences I've gained through 4-H have truly opened doors I've never known existed. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. All right, next we have our consent agenda. Do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda as amended?
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. Passes unanimously. Brings us to our first item, which is 9A, a public hearing to consider the annual plan for the preservation and restoration of the Records Archive. This is a public hearing. The public hearing is now open. There's one person signed up to speak to this item, Geraldine Jackie Cox.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Geraldine Jackie Cox. I live in Commissioner Brooks' precinct. I applaud archivalism. I'm a big fan of looking stuff up on the internet, and I would compliment the district clerk generally for having the most accessible deed records I've ever seen. But I would like more information. One of her statutory functions is to keep the records of this court. And I have a memory of when things happened, which is, what year was that really? But I remember kind of what happened. And so I would like to ask that all of your agendas be indexed topically by for example, sheriff's contracts, building standard, it's all the topical index things that you incorporate into your notices, and the names of contractors, so that we could look things up conveniently, quickly, and online as to where the thing is, and then we can get back to, hopefully, many times, I don't remember when it started, but now, if I know the date on which a contract was approved, I can go to the agenda for that meeting date and pull up the contract item that I want to look for, and get the contract language. I have rooms full, alas, of files from various agencies, and I could have less if I could just index stuff and not have to, I print stuff down because I just do. But that would be my ask, is that, for example, all of the policies of the Commissioner's Court be indexed, available, and online under Commissioner's Court, so that every policy that you have, I could find. And there are other little agencies that I've never heard of. You have some people who have power to approve bonds, a little committee that has power to approve bonds. It would be interesting to see all the delegated powers to various entities and find them indexed and easily accessible. I think there might be some people in the Historical Commission or other societies who would likewise share with me interests in finding things quickly that have historical importance. And so it occurs to me that maybe if the clerk would condescend to do so, she might think of having an invitational meeting for people who have their own ideas of what's important and what's not, that they also would like to be able to find easily. So in a way, this is addressed to you all, and it's also addressed to you all, because you might have to fund more software. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we need any action to close the public hearing?
Recommend a vote on that, Judge?
Okay. All right, so I'll move to close the public hearing.
Second.
All right, any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. Passes unanimously. Brings us up to item 10A1, which is consideration of a resolution nominating candidates to the TAD Board of Directors. Does anyone on the court wish to make a nomination?
I do. I'd like to nominate Lee Henderson, Mr. Lee Henderson, and Ms. Saida Syed.
All right, and that's a motion.
I move to nominate both Lee Henderson and Saida Syed to the TAD board.
All right, do we have a second?
I'll second that.
All right, any discussion? All right, we have two people signed up to speak. One is Daniel Bennett.
Wait.
Sir?
Are you going to take additional nominations?
Oh, sure, yeah.
Thank you. I'd like to nominate Maddie Peterson Compton to the TAD board.
Can you, so Mark, do we have to vote on a motion and then vote on the other motion? Is that how you do it? How do you do this?
For the motion that received the first second, that should go first.
Okay.
And then if this motion will receive the second, then that one would be voted on.
Would you withdraw your motion so that I can
Add them.
add an additional?
Make it easier. Yeah.
Yes. So I withdraw my motion,
Okay,
and
I
we'll
withdraw my second.
okay. And so now a motion that we would like to make is?
I move to nominate Mr. Lee Henderson, Ms. Saida Syed, and Mrs. Maddie Peterson
Peterson.
to the TAD board.
All right, we have a motion,
Second.
we have a second. All right, any discussion before we bring up our speakers? All right, so first speaker is Daniel Bennett. Following Mr. Bennett, Saida Syed.
Judge O'Hare, Commissioners, I want to talk about the appointment process and what these people, if they do get elected, what they have to look forward to. What do you look for in a nominee? I think, Mr. Ramirez, last time we had this, you said you didn't have anybody. And I know you had somebody. I know Judge O'Hare had somebody. So what are the issues of TAD and why are these nominees important? Because on the surface, property tax code is very hard to figure out. It's very convoluted. But the issues going on at TAD are not. They're people. People make mistakes. People don't do what they're supposed to do. And without having history at the appraisal district, you wouldn't know these things are currently happening. I'm going to go through three things that I think your nominees need to know about. The reason you got your appointment application for appointments early is because that's a culture change at TAD. Mr. Lasada went to Joe Don's assistant, Grady, guy with the beard, and said, hey, are you going to send out requests for nominations early, or are you going to wait till the end of the month like Mr. Law? And he goes, well, they're not due till the end of the month. And I think Mr. Lasada, I'm going to paraphrase, said, well, let's see how that works for you. You got it on the 10th. That way, every entity in this county could participate. That's not always been true. Usually that goes out the 27th or the 30th unless you're the commissioners. Commissioners got it on the 5th, 6th, or 7th. I have the documentation through open records request. Another thing, Fort Worth paid a 5% interest on their quarterly payment and 10% interest to the day they paid it. That's a board item. That has never gone before the board. At the last meeting, you watched it, Mr. Blaylock was shocked that Fort Worth and some of the large entities were the only ones that actually paid the penalty. You know what the other 12, you know what happened? They were forgiven by TAD, by a guy named Brad Patrick. I'll get to him in a minute. But here's the point. That is a board item. If you go to the property tax code, it says those items come to the board. They were acting as the board. They usurped the board. This has been going on a long time. Finally got out for everyone to see. Business personal property. That's on your certified roll. We have Purdue, Brandon, Collins, Fielder, and Mott attorney knocking on doors in Haltom City to businesses that haven't even filed renditions. And they've been in business for years. That's Haltom City, 45 companies that did not make your certified roll. Well, who was head of business personal property back then? Brad Patrick. He's the same guy that's head of HR that forgave the 12. But business personal property, it's in the tax code. You're supposed to be working for you. So Haltom City had to hire a law firm that actually works for TAD, Purdue Brandon, to go out and do TAD's job. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. Ms. Syed.
Good morning, Judge O'Hare and Commissioners. This is the very first time I'm here, and I live in Commissioner Ficke's district and his city as well. Thank you for your nomination. I'm seeking nomination from this Commissioner's Court. For TAD Board today, I already sent my resume to all of you, and I was in several boards and commission appointed by Colleyville since 2017, and I was an appraisal review board in 2019, 2020, and part of 2021. And what I have seen there is so many discrepancies in their system, and TAD has to stop meddling, in the review process, the appraisal review process. But this time, I'm encouraging all taxing entities, please look into it and bring accountability to TAD Board of Directors as well. Tarrant County Commissioners Court has 498 votes, which is 9.95% stake on TAD Board. And I'm encouraging all taxing entities to please look into it. Do not put all the eggs in one basket this time. Give at least one vote to each candidate on the ballot. So at the end, if that board member is not following Texas Property Tax Code, you have the right to recall that board member. But if you do not vote, you can't do anything. Bring accountability to TAD. Thank you for your time and concentration. Hope to get your nomination today, and I appreciate your nomination. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. All right, it passes 3-2. All right, next up we have item number 2, consideration of the renaming of the Tarrant County Northeast Subcourthouse to the Gary Fickus Northeast Subcourthouse and accepting work to be performed by Brown Graphics. I will make a motion to approve this item.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. All right, it passes unanimously. Congratulations, Commissioner Fickus. In light of that passing, there will be a celebration in November. What's the date? 18th. November 18th. The public is invited. All the commissioners are obviously invited. Hopefully I'm invited. And okay, then I'm definitely invited, I guess. All right, thank you very much. Next up, we have consideration of the renaming of the Tarrant County Miller Avenue Government Center to the Roy Charles Brooks Tarrant County Government Center. Do we have a motion there?
Move approval.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Or is just somebody second the motion? I think he beat you to the punch.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion there? All right, we do have one person signed up to speak, Bishop Kirkland.
Judge, Commissioners, thank you, Mr. Brooks, for your many years of service. I'm like Steve Harvey in the morning show. You're more like the quiet storm. Mr. Brooks, you've survived so many different things in this county. And I wanted you at one point to be more like Elsie Faye Hagan and John Wiley Price, but I had to reconsider that we are living in the land of the sleeping panther. And as such, and during the time of the beginning of your service, you wouldn't have survived very long in this county with that agenda. Ms. Simmons, I pray for you often because of your outspokenness and the fact that Commissioner Brooks paved the way for you to be able to speak so openly and freely. And now I can handle the confrontation, but I'm concerned for you often. In the poetic words of the distinguished Commissioner Roy C. Brooks, he often says there are apple tree shakers and there are apple gatherers. The commissioner is a gatherer and I am definitely a shaker. We talked about Kyrie Irving for several months. Not many of you are aware of how the issue went away overnight. But when Kyrie's mom came and addressed this court, Commissioner Brooks took a lead in resolving the situation for Kyrie Irving. I think the location of the courthouse is perfect. It is the Tri-Village area, which brings three of the greatest historic East Side communities together, Stop 6, Eastwood, and Poly. And I think that is an excellent location to honor the work and the contributions of Commissioner Roy C. Brooks. As a gatekeeper of my village, I am honored and I look forward to seeing the name of someone who has been a committed servant to this county, to this city, and to this state, to recognize the long-standing legacy and contributions of Commissioner Roy C. Brooks. Continue gathering apples, but when you leave me, send me a shaker and a gatherer.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bishop.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. Passes unanimously. Congratulations, Commissioner Brooks. All right, next we have, this is where we add C2. C2 is removed from consent, receive and file the auditor's report of MHMR.
Judge.
Did I not just do out-of-state travel?
No, sir.
Oh, skip to that one.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, here it is. Yes, now we have consideration of out-of-state travel requests. Do we have a motion to approve these?
Move approval.
We have a motion and a second to approve the out-of-state travel requests. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Now we go to C2, and C2 is to receive and file the auditor's report of the MHMR contract for inmate mental health services.
Move to receive and file.
I'll second that. We have a motion and a second to receive and file. Any discussion from the court? All right, we have two speakers. The first is Nan Terry. The next is Reed Bills.
Good morning. I'm Nan Terry. Thank you for allowing me to speak. Not being an auditor, I really don't know what an auditor's report should be or what it should look like. But one question I have, is the county getting what is needed with this MHMR contract? As many of you know, the Texas Commission on Jail Standards reports 64 inmate deaths in Tarrant County custody since Sheriff Wayborn took office in 2017, 7 of which have been in the last 12 months. I don't know how many of these deaths were also clients of MHMR. Do you? Does the auditor? Does MHMR? I don't. Did the auditor review the Texas Commission on Jail Standards jail screening form, a mandatory for all jail intake, and the Texas Law Enforcement Continuity of Care query to determine if the county is missing matches within its population? Linda York was transferred from the state hospital to our jail and later passed away. Instead of being an exact match under CCQ database, it is listed as a probable match. How many others are like Ms. York or are missing completely? There are others. I know of others. Do you? Tarrant County has paid $2.6 million in settlements since 2017. Dean Stewart's family was paid in the amount of $400,000. He died of suicide, whose family stated he was mentally unstable. The media reports Havante Myers had schizophrenia, and his family received a settlement in the amount of $1 million. The media reports Chastity Congias suffers from mental illness, and Tarrant County paid, in her case, $1.2 million. Per the auditor's report, I quote, "The contract requires that MHMR staff provide on-site services 24 hours per day, 7 days a week, to divert individuals from the criminal justice system into an alternative program more suited to each individual's needs," end quote. How did that alternative program work for Mr. Stewart, Mr. Myers, Ms. Congias, whom the county paid settlements? What about Ms. Baldwin, Ms. Maston, Mr. Johnson? Those are all in your closed session. What about Mr. Wormley, Ms. York? Was there really nowhere else to house a former Marine with schizophrenia other than the Tarrant County Jail? Where will future individuals similar to Mr. Johnson's go in the midst of a mental health crisis? Where are these alternative program placements? Was there nowhere else to house Ms. Baldwin for 5 months? We've had 2 individuals pass away when they could have gone to an alternative hospice care. Did MHMR recommend such a placement? Does the auditor know of any alternative program placements made by MHMR this year? Surely we can do better. We must do better.
Thank you, Ms. Bills. Quiet.
The contract referred to in this agenda item was signed on March 19, 2024. To date, Tarrant County has paid MHMR approximately $6.35 million for behavior health and intellectual disability services to inmates in the Tarrant County jail system. The court is being asked to receive and file this report. Before you file this report, I would like to remind you of the contractual requirements on the part of MHMR services to the county. The contract requires that MHMR staff provide on-site services 24 hours per day, 7 days a week, to divert individuals from the criminal justice system into an alternative program more suited to each individual's needs. Services include screening and evaluation, recommendations for psychiatric treatment, counseling and support, and competency hearings. In closed session later today, you'll review the settlement in the case entitled Estate of Georgia K. Baldwin versus Tarrant County, Texas. As indication of whether or not MHMR has met their contractual obligations, I offer the following excerpts from the plaintiff's response to defendant's motion to dismiss and brief in support. Georgia Baldwin was taken into custody in April 2021. A psychiatric examination revealed she was incompetent to stand trial, and she was ordered to be incarcerated for a competency restoration program. Georgia was discharged from the competency restoration program approximately 60 days later, but her medical records note that she should have been hospitalized for the remainder of the 120 days of her commitment. Instead, she was moved to a solitary small cell in the correction center. Even though Georgia was housed in the mental health wing, the county failed or refused to 1, provide the necessary medical or mental health care to keep her alive, 2, release her, or 3, transfer to an appropriate outside mental health facility. In fact, Georgia only had 5 scheduled visits with MHMR personnel during the nearly 5 months she was incarcerated. After Georgia was supposed to be transferred for inpatient treatment, until the day she died, she only spent a total of 18 minutes with a mental health provider.
Thank you. All right, we have a motion and a second on this item. Any further discussion from the court? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Next up, we have item D1, which is consideration of fiscal year 2025 Records Preservation Restoration Fund. Helen.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
And there is one change on that. You have it in your red folder. Ms. Nicholson has requested to remove a position that's been vacant for several years, and that's the only change to this budget.
Move for approval.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve this. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. Passes unanimously. Next up, item 2, discussion of possible action related to fiscal year 2024 appropriation adjustments. Do we have a motion to approve this?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion on this item? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Thank you, Helen. At this time, we will take a 10-minute recess and meet back in here at 11:15. We are in recess.
Thank you.
burn some toast. Or
I'll make sure.
yeah. Who's cooking?
Something burning.
Yeah. The coffee bomb's doing it? We'll fix that. Turn it off.
Brings back good memories. It brings back good memories when I was in
What is that,
robbery and homicide.
Mexican?
We'd show up in
Yeah.
the morning,
Yeah.
light up 4 pots of that stuff and go through all 2 in the morning.
All right, we're back from recess. Brings us to item F1. Y'all are coming from the dark over there. How are we doing on getting that light fixed?
We have an electrical issue, but facilities is working on it.
Okay. All right, good morning. This is to receive and file the 2023 Tarrant County Domestic Violence Fatality Review Report. And y'all are going to present some findings there.
Thank you all and good morning. I am Emily Kirby. I'm here on behalf of the Criminal District Attorney's Office and Phil Swirls. I am the chief of our Intimate Partner Violence Unit. I appreciate your time. I'm accompanied by Catherine Jacob, the CEO of Safe Haven. We are here on October 1st, and we are excited to begin an awareness campaign for Domestic Violence Awareness Month nationally. The fatality report has been in effect for many years by statute. We are continuing to collaborate with multiple community agencies such as JPS, the Medical Examiner's Office, some of our larger police departments, and Safe Haven, of course, as we continue to work to kind of evaluate and see where we can do better in terms of domestic violence.
Good morning. My name is Catherine Jacob. I'm the Chief Executive at Safe Haven. I actually have reports to hand out. I don't know how to get to you, but I'm just gonna. Thank you. So every year, of course, we publish this report in collaboration with the Criminal District Attorney's Office. This is a labor of love. It takes us about 8 months to compile the report for the prior year. So you can read all the details. We do try to take some time, not just to get the statistics, but also to look at trends. And one of the biggest trends we always look at is just the number. And we are actually at the lowest number that we've had since we've been publishing the report. We started, we were reaffirmed in 2016. So this year was our lowest number. We had 6 intimate partner violence fatalities this year, down from 7 last year, but down from 16 in 2016. So with the exception of 2020, it's been pretty much a progression down since then. And then the biggest trend that I just wanted to point out is that for many years in our work, when we have a domestic violence offender who threatens suicide, it is typically a manipulative tactic to try to convince the victim to stay in the relationship. Usually they don't act on that threat. That has been a pretty large shift in our community and apparently nationally. I saw a statistic, and we put it in here, that the FBI reports that 65% of all murder-suicides do involve intimate partners. So that is fairly common. We're starting to collaborate with the Jordan Elizabeth Harris Foundation and others locally to try to see what interventions we can offer on that issue specifically. But thank you so much. I mean, if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them, but I appreciate the opportunity to continue this important work.
Well, thank you for what you both do. Questions?
Please keep up the good work.
Thank you.
No, thank you for what you do. I noticed in here, in the report, that none of the victims this last year filed a protective order or contacted Safe Haven prior to this happening. So I think that it's worth us publicly championing these resources and saying, if you are in danger, if you do have questions about your relationship, reach out.
Certainly. It's actually fairly common that when folks reach out, they end up surviving.
Yep.
So Safe Haven has the only 24/7 hotline here in Tarrant County and the only 2 emergency shelters for domestic violence victims. So please contact the hotline.
Thank you for what you do.
Thank you.
All right, I'll move to receive and file.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Brings us to item F2, consideration of a short-term residential guest license agreement with Zilker Properties for the housing of Tarrant County DA's office liaison for 89th legislative session. Anybody presenting on this?
And Durfee's here, sir.
Good morning, commissioners. I am Ann Durfee. I oversee the business operations for the district attorney. This is Lauren Lawrence. She's going to be our legislative liaison who will be staying at the property. we are here to answer any questions that you might have regarding the request.
Did somebody in budget, I guess, found a different location that was, I think, approximately $3,500 less? Did y'all look at that one?
No, sir. The
Okay.
timeline to be able to rent it had passed for the new place. They had rented it already.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Any questions, comments, or motion?
I know there was discussion about utilizing the county property down there. I mean, did we determine that's not feasible?
We did look at that, at least for this year. A lot of the same, they'd be down there a lot at the same time. So, and the unit we have available is only a 1-bedroom unit, so we didn't want to ask 2 employees to share the same space.
Move approval.
All right. We have a motion for approval. Do we have a second?
Second.
Yeah, we have a second. Any discussion? All right. Please cast your vote. All right. Passes unanimously. Thank you. Next, we move here G2 from consent. G2 is consideration of a change order to Cowboys Roofing LLC services contract for the Miller Avenue Complex Security Fence Project. I'll move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Do you need something you want to add?
No.
Okay. All right. You can. Yeah. Okay.
The project did finish in a timely manner, and it did come in under budget.
Okay. Wonderful. Thank you.
It's-
Bishop Kirkland, is he still here? There he is.
Yes.
You signed up for this one?
Yes.
I tried to do my research and I wasn't able to find out a lot of information about this particular roofing company, but I noticed the project was taking place in my village. And I'd just like to say to this court that I'd like to see more people who look like me getting contracts for these types of businesses and projects in my village. It's disheartening for us to deal with some of the road conditions, and some of our villages don't look like some of the other prestigious precincts of this county. With that being said, I just want to see people who look like me, who have skin like I have, and who have the pigmentation I have, and the hair strand that I have, to be awarded some of these contracts. It is very disheartening. I usually, Mr. Ramirez, like to speak for black and brown people, but I see many brown people with these type of contracts, so no one has to speak on their behalf. But whenever I'd like to take this opportunity to go on the record that we do roofing well, and there are other projects that my village who pay just as equal taxes in this county as everyone else. We need some of this contract money too. Dickey's Arena promised us a lot of money in contracts, and we didn't get as much as we should have gotten out of that. We want to see our fair share of the game. And I stand corrected. I say Kyrie Irving, I mean Kyrie Campbell.
All right, thank you. We have a motion and a second on this item. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. All right, it passes unanimously. Next up is item J1 in IT, considering the funding of a project from the IT Steering Committee to purchase 4 FBI certified SLAP scanners for the criminal courts.
Move approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve this. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. Passes unanimously. Next up, we have from consent pooled item K2, which is consideration of fiscal year 2025 contract between Tarrant County and MHMR of Tarrant County for the provision of comprehensive use services. I move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Yeah.
Yes.
Go ahead.
You can go ahead. I'll be longer than you.
I do not agree with awarding this contract to MHMR. MHMR is a great organization who does a lot of good for those in need of its services. here in Tarrant County. However, this is a business line providing counseling to youthful offenders in our criminal justice system and directing them onto a path that is designed to lead to the living of successful lives. This is something that MHMR does not do. The current contract holder, the Youth Advocates Program, does this. They do it very well. They have done it for Tarrant County Juvenile Services for many years. I do not agree with replacing them, and I will not be voting for the MHMR contract.
So I've been following this change since it was in the paper. I sit up here, but I guess the juvenile board doesn't necessarily report to us. So I've been paying attention to this in the paper, thanks to the media. And so it appears that the Tarrant County Juvenile Board is asking this body to rubber stamp what I consider a highly suspect contract that's the result of an unethical, and I'm wondering if it's legal, that started with a false narrative about an organization, Youth Advocate Program, whose contract that the Juvenile Board abruptly terminated. So over the past 3 decades, this organization, YAP, has used an evidence-based youth and family alternative to incarceration model to give thousands of Tarrant County justice-involved children every opportunity to succeed in the face of incredible odds. And so the juvenile board judges, in my opinion, recklessly and politically motivated action. Their action was completely without any regard for the future of these children whose lives their decisions impact. And Tarrant County taxpayers, and for the safety of our communities, need to continue with youth advocate programs. So my understanding is that the Juvenile Board terminated YAP's contracts because their website mentioned that their work helps their government partners in 35 states address systemic inequities by reducing racial disparities in their youth justice outcomes. So I understand that YAP has made it clear to the Juvenile Board members that the national nonprofit is non-political and nonpartisan and does not, as the judges alleged, indoctrinate program participants into anything. And no Tarrant County taxpayers' funds are not used for lobbying. In fact, because YAP has used national donor funds to subsidize their Tarrant County juvenile services contracts, 100% of Tarrant County taxpayer dollars are used to fund their work, and they have remained in this county for the services provided. So while YAP's recently terminated contract came at a total cost to taxpayers of under $850,000 this year for the year, without even knowing, which I've learned, that MHMR is, whether they were qualified to do the work, the Juvenile Board voted to give MHMR $895,000 to provide the same services, again, services that they don't traditionally provide. So what's going to happen is, so if we give this contract to MHMR, they're going to go sub out the work. and that will end up being even more money. So this court is being asked to enable the juvenile board to award a contract to an organization with no demonstrated evidence of fiscal responsibility and no experience in delivering services that will determine the future of children in our county who already face some of society's most complex challenges. Of the youth that YAP served from October 2022 to June 2024, 90% were not adjudicated of new charges. And by the time they completed the YAP program, 100% were in school, had graduated, or completed their GED. So because of YAP, many of these young people obtain paid work experience or workforce development training. Their services come with great outcomes in this county and have for 3 decades. They've done it through a competitive bidding process where they had to prove they were qualified to provide these services and fiscally responsible enough to use Tarrant County taxpayers' dollars to do it. So, bottom line, the juvenile board used its shaky and politically charged, possibly illegal cancel culture excuse to find a loophole to pull a fast one to justify what I see are very unjust actions. So we're going to have this increase in what we spend on these services. What, $200,000 increase from $600 to $895, $300,000 increase because of a few words: diversity, equity, inclusion, diversity, youth, racially impacted youth. That's why we're going to increase what we're spending, giving the contract to MHMR, who doesn't do this work. So for these reasons, I move that we deny this contract. Was there a motion already?
There's already a motion.
Okay, I second it.
No, there's a motion to approve the contract
Oh, I'm
and a
sorry.
second.
Okay.
So there are so many inaccuracies in what you just said, I'm not sure where to start. So instead of trying to address it piece by piece, in an open meeting with 20-something judges present, they voted, and I was one of them, I think by a vote of 19-3, to reject a contract with YAP. This is all of the district judges of Tarrant County that were present that day, which was an overwhelming majority of them. It was not done because of a phrase on a website has been erroneously reported and then repeated over and over and over by multiple people and sources. The CEO himself stood up there and took questions and made statements for a good while. I couldn't tell you if it was 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 15 minutes, but it was a good while. He himself said 15 cents of every dollar Tarrant County sends goes to lobbyists and to law firms to file amicus briefs against many of the things the people in that room that voted for disagree with. In addition, voting against this contract today, I've heard lots of talk from people about how we can't have a gap in services. Well, failing to vote for this contract today would create a gap in services. So now push comes to shove. Are you really about not having a gap in services, or are you really about politics, trying to blame the other side for politics? And so multiple people in that room, and I believe it was 19-3, could have been 18-4, could have been 20-3, I don't know, but it was overwhelming majority, said we don't want to go with YAP. The juvenile judge said he has seen no evidence that what they've done is effective. The CEO himself told me there are multiple other groups in Tarrant County that can provide the same services. Said that to me himself personally in my office. So if they want to go back, bid again next year, change some things they're doing, some things they stand for, not to mention their YAP voice advocacy program that they bring all the graduates to. If they want to go back and change the way they do things, they can rebid just like everyone else, and they'll have a fair shot. The juvenile board voted once to deny their contract, voted another time unanimously, I believe, to award these contracts to MHMR, knowing that many of the services would be farmed out. And that's why I made this motion. That's why I'm in support of it. Any other comments before we get to speakers? All right, we have two speakers. Kimberly Brandon. I'm sorry.
Well,
I didn't know you were talking.
I met with the GAP people. And I wish there was a way we could accommodate them. They've got a long history of working with Tarrant County. I don't know where they got off the rails, if they in fact did get off the rails, and I just wish there was that we could accommodate them and their services that they provide us. So, go ahead.
All right. So, go ahead.
Let me ask the district attorney's office. And perhaps purchasing. Did Youth Advocates Program bid on this contract?
Yes, we put out bids for juvenile services for the services that YAP bid on. The contracts go before the juvenile board for approval before we put them on the Commissioner's Court agenda for approval.
So if we do not approve the MHMR contract, can we then select another bidder from the list and award to them?
As agendized today, the answer to that is no, but at a future meeting, if the court would like to agendize that, it can act, but it is contingent, as Ms. Lee said, on the juvenile board also approving the contract, since there are multiple parties involved.
So it's possible, just not today, because it's not agendized today.
It is possible, but as agendized today, it would be a binary up or down vote on
Correct.
the contract.
Is there, in this contract, there is an out, is there not?
Yes. I believe the contract has already ended. It ended September 30th.
Yeah, the one we're voting on today, there is it a 30-day out, a 60-day out, a 90-day out? There is opportunity after.
It's a 30-day out.
It's 30-day out. There's an opportunity after passing this, if they go do something that makes the juvenile board comfortable with what they're doing, that can come back. As of now, I don't think you would see that from the juvenile board. But there's 27 or 28 or 29 of them.
So is it the situation that this court can either rubber stamp what the juvenile board recommends, or we go without?
Essentially, yes, Commissioner. Because there is a contract for approval in front of the court today, that is the decision the court must make as to whether to or not to approve the contract. There is no contract with any other provider up for approval today with the court.
So we'd have to come back in 2 weeks and vote to approve a vendor.
That may be possible. I would have to defer in part to purchasing as to how that would play in with the RFP process. If this vendor would still award or honor the terms of the RFP that they previously bid on.
Can the Commissioner's Court vote to enter into a contract with someone that the juvenile board does not approve?
yes, but it would still be contingent on juvenile board approval as well for those services.
All right, if there's no other questions for staff, I'm going to bring up the two speakers, Kimberly Brandon and Alex Alvear.
Hello, my name is Kimberly Brandon, YAP Regional Vice President. And like our national CEO, Gary Ivory, I am also a longtime metropolitan resident. We were hoping to reinstate the county's contract with YAP Tarrant County Advocate Program, often known as TCAP. YAP is a 49-year-old national nonprofit organization that delivers safe and effective community-based services as an alternative to incarceration and other out-of-home placements. The youth we serve are those with stories of serious offenses, multiple arrests, and lengthy out-of-home placements. Other nonprofits deliver some of what we do, but are not positioned and or equipped to serve the highest risk youth with our unique and holistic no reject, no eject approach. Our work starts at the home, where we serve youth as well as their entire families, the parents, the guardians, incorporating accountability, respect for victims' rights, and giving back. Commissioner Simmons was correct in several of the things that she indicated. Now, to clear some things up, the term DEI initiatives was never mentioned on yapinc.org's website. We do not help our government partners reduce disparities by helping them deliver strong outcomes to our kids in all backgrounds. YAP staff represent a wide scope of the very American communities that we serve, and in no way do we indoctrinate program participants. To address the misconceptions about our nonpartisan, non-ideological position, we put the question and answers on our website homepage at the yapinc.org. We do not align with political organizations and would disassociate with any donor who would exploit our relationship for partisan gain. YAP has no lobbyists in Texas, and we do not use local dollars for out-of-home lobbying. Our policy work is nonpartisan and as not to jeopardize our 501c3 status. And finally, we partner with and have support of law enforcement, and including here in Tarrant County. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Alvear.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Alex Alvear. I'm the Program Director at TCAP. I started at YAP 9 years ago as an advocate doing the frontline work at YAP. The simplicity of the YAP model is what makes it effective. Our mostly neighborhood-based advocates empower program participants by helping them see their strengths and connecting them with tools to nurture them. As a team, we work not just with the youth, but also with the parents, guardians, and other family members. To say the least, the past few weeks have been tough for dozens of the Tarrant County youth and families who have already had to deal with more rejection on a weekly basis than many of us face in a lifetime. We've had to tell them that the Juvenile Board has voted to end our contract, meaning we will no longer be delivering our youth and family wraparound services to them. Our program participants and their parents are confused and distraught, asking questions we can't answer, like why and what can we do to change this? The mother of one of the kids who was on the spectrum said that her son sits by the window on the days that his advocate comes. It's the one thing that he can count on. Well, sadly, not anymore. Mm-hmm. We work with youth and families to develop an individualized service plan, connecting them with economic, educational, and emotional tools that they need to put their lives in a positive course. We get kids to take accountability while helping them understand that they are better than their biggest mistake. I shared with the Juvenile Board a couple of weeks ago. I've recently spoken to a young man that I've worked with before I was promoted TCAP advocate. He told me he has no idea where he would be right now if it hadn't been for TCAP. When I met him, he had faced with aggravated robbery charges. He was 15 years old when he entered a fast food restaurant with two other boys. only realizing that he was part of a robbery when he saw one of them pull out a semi-automatic weapon. He headed for the door and took off running, but when the older boys caught up with him in their car, he hopped back in. As part of YAP, he learned about the impact of his actions, took accountability, focused on school, and stayed out of trouble. When he turned 17, his case was transferred to the adult criminal justice system. His positive outcomes with YAP earned him reduced time on his probation. Today, this young man still has the job that he got after graduating high school and just went part-time to take on a new full-time job for better pay. The work we do at YAP is not easy, but YAP has an unconditional caring, no reject, no eject policy. We're asking the commissioners to use this influence to have the Tarrant County Juvenile Board honored and reinstate YAP's contracts so youth in our county facing life's most complex challenges can have every opportunity to become positive, tax-paying citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All right, please cast your vote. So the contract fails 2-3. Okay. Next up is purchasing item M1, annual contract for tissue bank services. Let me check out something here. We do have somebody signed up to speak to M2. Do we have a motion to approve the contract in item M1?
So moved.
All right, motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. It passes unanimously. Next up, item 2, annual contract for counseling and education services for Veterans Treatment Program. Do we have a motion on this item?
Move approval.
Second.
Motion a second to approve. Any discussion before bringing up a speaker? Bishop Kirkland.
My time started. Whatever services that we could offer to our veterans, do not hesitate. PSD is real. The pain is real. The brokenness is real. If we could spend money and time on offense, we wouldn't be spending $2.1 million on defense. If Marine veteran Anthony Johnson had received the proper services, he would still be alive. As a 23-year retired United States Marine, I was one of the blessed ones. And about 2 or 3 years after I retired, I got my own mind back. One's mind must be altered and transfigured in order to do some of the things we were called upon to do. Good thing that I didn't go to the Tarrant County Jail. I may not be here. Like Anthony Johnson Jr., we often lived like animals. We slept under the stars. We got snowed on. We got rained on. We did patrols in 3 feet of snow. We did our best for this country, for America, for this county. Now do your best for us. These people got their brains all scrambled up, and sometimes it takes a while to unscramble our brains. Anthony needed help from his county and country, not abandonment. He was a mental patient, not a convict. All these proclamations and recognitions that I see in this room, like the dogs 2 weeks ago. I'm not an animal hater, but it's sad when dogs can get more consideration and love and adoration in this room than people like Marine Anthony Johnson Jr. and other vets. You see, I left the Marines with no mental issues, but my mind will never be the same. Everyone that lived in this tent city is not an addict. They're not abandoned by their families. Some of those people need mental health. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have a motion and a second on this already? All right.
Yes.
We have a motion and a second on this item. Any further discussion? All right, please cast your vote. All right, it passes unanimously. Brings us to item M3, annual contract for HIV and related services with the HIV Administrative Agency with Collaborative Research, LLC. We have a motion to approve.
Second.
And a second. Any discussion here? All right, please cast your vote. Passes unanimously. Item number 4 is the purchase of the FBI certified SLAP scanners that I believe we had approval on another item related to this a moment ago.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve this item. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. Passes unanimously. Now M5. M5, we have a couple of speakers. Consideration of exemption from competitive bidding requirements, burial and cremation services. Do we have a staff presentation on this item?
We do not. This is just the request for an exemption at this point.
Okay. All right. Do we have a motion or a second on this?
Second.
No, we have a motion and a second on item 5. Any discussion? All right. We have Ms. Cox and Mr. Bishop Kirkland again.
Well, I wear black today in memory of the unremembered dead, the sometimes unknown dead, the unclaimed dead, who make their way to your responsibility for burial. It's in section...
Excuse me, Ms. Cox, could you raise the mic?
Better? Thank you. All right. The statute cited in your notice is part of the Health and Safety Code, and basically the county's responsibility for burial arises only if there's no person with a duty to insure from the family who came forward to claim the remains after an inquest. And the inquest is done by the medical examiner's office. So if someone is the subject of an inquest and is autopsied in the medical examiner's office, sometimes people are not just all that eager to go pick up the carved up remains. And there's a requirement if you pick up the carved up remains that you pay for the burial. And it's implied that you might, from the medical examiner's office, be required to pay for some other things too. So there's been some publicity lately about whether people can get the autopsy reports from the examiner's report. Your own DA opposed releasing autopsy reports from the medical examiner's office. And so then the question is, how much time would go by before somebody that the medical examiner carved up and was awaiting burial would be declared unclaimed remains and therefore subject to burial by the county? And the answer is, if the person with the right to, if the relatives, the next of kin of the person who died, do not come forward within 6 days after the date the person received notice of the decedent's death, or the 10th day after the day the decedent died, then they're presumed to be unwilling to control the disposition of the remains, and it becomes your job. The problem is sometimes the medical examiner isn't forthcoming with details about the death, and the person who's being buried or the remains to which they've had no access to get information about what the real cause of death was go off to be buried. It's like burying the evidence. Oh, well, you didn't come in and claim the body, so we're going to bury the evidence or cremate the evidence. It looks as though you're asking to cremate. It is less expensive. It's more destructive.
Thank you. All right, we have a motion and a second on item 5. I believe we're on item 5.
You have one more speaker.
Oh, yes, that's correct. Mr. Bishop Kirkland, are you signed up for this one, or did I read the wrong one?
I defer to
Okay. All right, so we have a motion, a second on this item. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Now we go to item 6, which is consideration of exemption from competitive bidding requirements for the purchase of drug standards and controls, instrument parts, and non-routine laboratory testing and consumables from the ME's office.
Move approval.
Second. We have a motion and a second to approve this item. Any discussion there?
Yes, I have just a few questions. I am no forensics expert, but I am curious and want to understand what our practices are or have been surrounding non-competitive bidding for this department.
So there are certain reagents that go with certain test kits, and so what we have listed are the ones that cannot be bid out for certain testing, and we do the same thing for the public health department as well.
Oh, okay, so I was looking, for example, non-routine laboratory testing. That's in here. So you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 firms listed for non-routine laboratory testing. So 11 companies offer non-routine laboratory testing. So we don't go out for bid on that?
No, we've exempt those services because it's pretty much a sole source. They're the only companies that can provide those services, but
I could try to help, Commissioner, and then we can get Dr. Crowns up here if we need to.
Okay.
Here's the way it was explained to me. We have very specific equipment that we purchase that are in our labs, whether it's the public health lab or the medical examiner's lab, and say there's only a certain size cartridge that will fit in that machine that is only created and used by that machine. So basically, whoever we buy it from, we have to buy their cartridges for it. A lot of times we run into warranty issues too if we try to go outside of what their cartridges are, where they may not warranty this very expensive equipment. That's the way it was explained to me.
Okay, so these non-routine laboratory testing folks, they could, University of Georgia could provide these 2 widgets, and UT Southwestern Medical Center could provide something else. I think I was just a little confused. If it's non-competitive, you've got 11 firms on here that provide non-routine laboratory testing.
I think, and I'll let Dr. Crowns confirm for me if he needs to, it's for different pieces of equipment.
Okay.
So it's
and not a
just
huge
one
deal, but I bugged the hell out of her yesterday, so
it's
this is the only one I didn't.
It's similar to what Chandler is mentioning,
Okay.
is similar to sole source.
Okay. You say sole source, but then there are 11 companies, but I
Well,
get
sole
it.
source to the equipment.
Okay. All right. So I just want to make sure that we are allowing the competitive bid process to occur whenever possible.
We do.
Are we doing that here?
Yes, we are doing that.
Okay. All right. No need to come up. Thank you.
All right, we have a motion and a second on this item. Any further discussion? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Next up is the request to take bids and issue RFPs. Do we have a motion on all of those items?
Move approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second on item 7. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. Passes unanimously. Next up, we have 01 from consent. '01 is consideration of a memorandum of understanding between Tarrant County and the Texas Offenders Reentry Initiative for the provision of reentry services to Tarrant County inmates. I'll move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion there? All right, we have a speaker, and that is Bishop Kirkland. Thank you.
This is real quick. What reentry program? I really would like someone to explain and give me information on the reentry program. I was born literally in Stop 6 on the corner of Stall Cup and Rosedale. I left the city for several years to serve our country. I returned and I've led the same ministry over 28 years. I've never met a recipient or participant in the reentry program like Anthony Johnson Jr. and Chastity Bonner. My people die before they get out of jail.
All right, we have a motion and a second on this item. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. All right, it passes unanimously. Next up, we have appointments to boards and commissions. I have one to make. I would make a motion in light of a recent resignation that we appoint North Richland Hills Mayor Jack McCarty to the Trinity Metro Board of Directors. Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion?
So when those openings, how was I supposed to know? Or?
I have no idea. How y'all know?
Yeah, how do we know when openings
I
occur?
believe Trinity Metro, I was copied on an email that was sent to all the court members with regards to the appointments. I can try to find that letter, but from what I saw, it was actually sent to all of the court members independently.
This particular appointment is required to be people who are not in Fort Worth and who
It's
are
required to be cities that participate in Trinity Metro that are not Fort Worth.
And there's 3 board appointments for that and 8 for Fort Worth. So this would be obviously a non-Fort Worth one. I don't think it is either. Yeah. All right, so that's a motion and a second. Any further discussion there? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Any other appointments to boards or commissions? All right, next we come to public comments. The first person I have signed up to speak is Reed Bills. Following Ms. Bills, we have Cassandra Johnson.
On September 4th, I appeared before this court and reminded you that you voted in February to end the contract with the private jail facility in Garza County on September 30th. I requested an update on your progress in taking the necessary steps to provide space in our local facilities to house the prisoners who would be returning to Tarrant County. Through a written audience participation form, I again asked for the status on September 16th. I am appearing today to ask for a final report on the cancellation of the Garza prison contract and a report on the placement of the inmates formerly incarcerated there. I think that the expense and angst caused by this misguided effort to reduce the jail population warrants full disclosure to the public. This court has said many times that transparency is important to you. So far this year, I have seen numerous instances when the public has remained uninformed, especially when the information must come from the sheriff. Please meet your obligations and release a report advising the county taxpayers of actions on the Garza matter that concern them.
I think if you watch the beginning of this court meeting, you'll learn most of what you're seeking. Our county administrator addressed it. All right, next we have Ms. Johnson. Following Ms. Johnson is Charles Bills.
Good morning to all. I'm back. Work with me, I'm feeling a little under the weather today. Luke 9:62. Jesus answered, anyone who starts plying and keeps looking back isn't a thing to God's kingdom. How are we stewarding the time we're given? How are we making an impact? How are we stewarding our pain? Team, it's not easy. On January the 25th, 2022, Traylon Wormley was not arrested for aggravated robbery with a deadly weapon. He was taken from his home. I would like for you guys to get involved and help me. Ask to see the tape on January the 25th, 2022, when my door was kicked in and Traylon Wormley was taken, guns taller than me, coming through my door, when I, over 2 years, built a relationship with each entity under Tarrant County Probation, Tarrant County Hospital, the sheriff, everything. He was on a probation. Traylon had traumatic brain injury. And what I will also like you guys to do is look at case number 1654581. It's been hard. And as I sit out here, I plan to come and wrote down things, but as I sit and hear the voices from other families, take my advice. It's not easy. It's not easy. I received an email. Traylon passed on the 20th, had court for the 27th. For me to get an email and say that if I don't show up, a warrant would be issued, he's dead. And y'all kicked my door in and came and got it. Get with Vicky Holmes, please. I mean, I want everybody involved with this because it's nothing to hide. I have nothing to hide about Traylon Wormley because we fought. 6 months inside of a jail cell with 24 people. Look at this number. This was one of his jerseys. Help me, because I'm going to help you guys. I'm not going nowhere. Pray for me.
Ma'am, I'm going to ask you to stop making comments after each speaker, okay? Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, next we have Mr. Bills. Following Mr. Bills is Bishop Kirkland.
I'm here to talk about treatment of mentally incompetent people in the jail. It seems like what happens with a lot of inmates, they are found not competent and they have to sit for a competency hearing, but if they're in jail, they're not going to get competent, they're going to deteriorate. In fact, this was mentioned earlier by my mother, but Georgia Baldwin, who was taken in custody in April 2021, died on September 14th, 2021. Her death was severe dehydration and a high concentration of sodium in the blood, which is caused when you don't drink. She had a water fountain in her cell, and she still died of thirst. Now, that pretty much means that she's insane, and when someone is that bad off, putting them in jail, I mean, it's obvious they're, whatever threat they may be, you've got to find someplace other than a jail to put them. And this, you're going to be discussing her case apparently in the closed session, and she's going to cost, the county hundreds of thousands of dollars. At some point, you're going to have to realize that this is not the efficient way to do things. Whoever, with Anthony Johnson Jr., we've heard Janelle Johnson, how passionate she is and how the pain she has. She's going to get hundreds of thousands of dollars, but she doesn't want that. She wants Anthony back. It's, we've got to do something about this. Thank you.
Thank you. Following Bishop Kirkland, we have James Smith.
often look at the expressions on the faces of some of the county staff as we address the court. Your looks of disdain suggest that we're being unreasonable. We cannot be making all this up. George Floyd murdered by police in Minneapolis, Minnesota, by multiple police officers, mainly Derek Chauvin. Like in our county jail, all the bystanders and the participants are guilty of murder. Dante Wright was murdered in Brooklyn City, Minnesota by convicted police officer Kimberly Potter. Bolton John, a black man, died in his apartment. And right here in Dallas by convicted murderer, police officer Amber Geiger. Jordan Edwards was murdered by Balch Springs convicted police officer Roy Oliver. Michael Brown was murdered by Ferguson, Missouri police officer Darren Wilson. Tamir Rice, to this day, I cannot actually who killed this 12-year-old kid in Cleveland, Ohio. Eric Garner was murdered by Staten Island, New York police officer Daniel Patilio for selling singles to buy food for his family. Sandra Glenn, like Chastity Bonner and Anthony Johnson Jr., died in a Texas jail in Waller County. I hear some of the Pharisee and righteous indignated people saying, well, stop dealing with the police. Don't be a fool. We avoid calling the police. We don't want to end up like Jackie Craig, who was assaulted by Officer William Martin, who is still on the payroll, although he is suspended. He is rogue, renegade, out of control. Like our sheriff, he knows there is no real accountability for killing Negroes in Tarrant County. Mr. Smith, the neighbor of Tatiana Jefferson, called for a welfare check, and convicted murderer officer Aaron Dean killed that baby right in front of her adolescent nephew. Breonna Taylor died in her home in Louisville by police officers. Negroes make up 14.4% of the population in America. How can we comprise of 33% of the prison population? That is a mathematical impossibility. Bishop Kirkland, what about your people killing your own people? We've been trying to do that by the best people on earth. My village demands atonement for the blood of Anthony Johnson Jr. and Chastity Bonner. Hoorah, Anthony.
All right, now we have James Smith. Following Mr. Smith, we have Dr. Harriet Harrell.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is James Smith. I'm a resident of Fort Worth, Texas for 67 years. I am the neighbor of Tatiana Jefferson. It's taken me 5 years to come here this morning to address you guys. Not because it's at 10 o'clock in the morning, but it took 5 years for me to compose myself to come stand in front of you. Tatiana didn't deserve to die that night. But that's not the issue. The issue is the policies and the procedures that are comprised of Fort Worth, Texas. Over the 5 years, I've had a chance to analyze my city, and some of the things that I've seen 5 years ago are still going on today. This particular part of your meeting is probably the most important part of your meeting, hearing from your citizens. My friend Thomas Tolankasi stood before you numerous times. My friend Manuel Mata stood before you numerous times. I've watched you escort him out of this courtroom. There are places in Tarrant County that people like me can't go, even though I'm legally obligated to go, even though I legally can go, I'm not supposed to go. Thomas, through filming, showed me different areas of the city where we weren't allowed to be. The death of Tatiana is constantly on my mind. When Anthony Johnson died, there was a Tatiana dying all over again. Those type of incidences magnify the trauma that I go through daily. It's never going to be over for me. The names that Bishop Kirkland mentioned are just a few of the hundreds of people that are killed in the United States by the police. A few of the people that are killed unjustly. A change has had to come. To see Manuel film here today, a change came because he wasn't able to do that in the beginning. So change is possible, but it's taken too long. Justice is slow, but accountability needs to be a little bit faster. I had a plethora of things to talk about today, from the jail to the juvenile justice system. So I guess I'll be coming back. We have a problem in Fort Worth. Fort Worth is a great city. You draw in $3 billion in tourism. Tourism means nothing if the citizens of your city aren't comfortable, if your citizens aren't safe, if your citizens aren't appreciated. So I appreciate you listening to me. And as I gather myself, as I heal from the trauma that I probably won't heal from, but I'll cover it up, do your job.
Thank you. Following Dr. Harrell, we have Janelle Johnson.
At the last Commissioners Court meeting, I spoke to you about the need for regular reporting back to citizens on items that have been discussed here in public meetings. And it would be good to know how the tracking system is, how it works to make sure that items don't get lost and to assure transparency and good communication. Specifically, last time I spoke of the 5 proposals the sheriff presented several weeks ago. The public needs to know the metrics and measures for determining success on each of those and their progress. Ideally, the public would be included in determining what success is. And we also want to know the results of Commissioner Ramirez's proposal to the Sheriff's Department based on best practices regarding video release, next of kin notification, and media briefings. I told you then that I would be back with additional items we're concerned about. The first of those today is a question about what the status is of the revision to policy concerning citizen comments in court meetings, what constitutes contempt, and what the guidelines are for the level of punishment assigned to a contempt charge. Have those policies been revised? If not, I want to strongly recommend that you include citizen input in the process of addressing them. As you all know, any decisions impacting people are more effective if the people impacted have input and buy-in. Second, at the last meeting, when concern was raised over the fact that there is nothing in the upcoming budget to fund the Mental Health Diversion Center, Judge O'Hare, you promised that something was being done to take care of that. The budget was passed without it, of course, so we would like a report on just how the Mental Health Diversion Center will be funded. As much as the Sheriff's Department, you, Judge and Commissioners, those of us who are here regularly, and the media have spoken about the significant need to reduce the population of the jail and better address the needs of those who come to the jail with mental health issues, it really is critical that we all know how this service will continue to be available. I would like to ask that these requests be included in the minutes of this meeting and become a part of your tracking system for accountability. And I have a list of those for you. Thank you.
All right, following Ms. Johnson, we have Linda Hanratty.
Tarrant County Public Information Director Laura Passman recently quoted that our lawyer is currently making baseless attacks on this office and is seeking an opportunity to profit off our families who are dealing with the loss. Wayborn told CBS that the jail is very clean and it's calm, and is now trying to make the residents believe that the culture of the jail is improving. I don't see how he can make that claim, and yet he hasn't been here to prove his stance. Instead of trying to spend more money on body cams, on video footage, then how about you already show the videotape that's already presented? Our lawyer that we hire is here to help us expose the deadly culture that you guys are supporting that's happening in the Tarrant County Jail. Ms. Passman, the definition of an opportunist is a person who exploits circumstances to gain immediate advantage rather than being guided by consistent principles or plans. This is how you use the definition. Ms. Passman, the Sheriff Wayborn are opportunists who are using made-up regulations to hide the video that shows the true culture of the county jail and how they treat mentally disabled patients. If what I'm saying is wrong, then show the tape to prove it. Don't go to CBS and try to go ahead and make that claim. Say it here where it counts. Prove it. Show that I'm wrong. Show that my anger
Ms.
and me
Johnson,
coming up here
please
to
lower your
present
voice.
what's going on is false and out of control.
Please lower your voice.
And Mr. O'Hare, with you and your experience, you need to start taking the advice and the expertise of what's going on with this county jail. You need to start doing that. Ms. Passman, say what you need to say here
Please
and
remove
now.
her. Please remove her.
I'm already weak.
All right, next we have Ms. Hanratty. Following Ms. Hanratty, we have Aubrey Campbell.
My name is Linda Hanratty, and I live in Commissioner Ramirez's district. Precinct. I am asking you to direct Sheriff Wayborn and the medical examiner's office. I'm asking to direct Sheriff Wayborn and the medical examiner's office to make Chastity Bonner's autopsy public. As was outlined in the media, Ms. Bonner was first said to have been administered Narcan, presumably due to fentanyl usage in the jail, a red flag in and of itself. However, JPS officials said there was no record of any usage of Narcan prior to her death. Then the autopsy allegedly reported that Ms. Bonner died of natural causes from a heart attack. However, the sheriff's office refused and continues to refuse to make the autopsy public, claiming the death is under investigation. Why is the death under investigation? Who is investigating the death? And when will the results be made public? In the case of Robert Miller, the sheriff's office delayed providing the family and public information so long that the statute of limitations ran out. It appears that the sheriff's office may be using the same playbook for this case. Inmates should not be dying in our jails, but when they do, our families and the public need answers, if for no other reason than to prevent similar situations from continuing to occur. Thank you.
Thank you. Following Ms. Campbell, we have Penny Story.
Okay. So I'm here to talk about in-precinct voting on Election Day. Texas law mandates ballot secrecy. Federal law mandates an auditable paper trail. I think that the issue of ballot secrecy related to countywide voting is understood by the people in charge, the people who have the authority to do something about that. The people are still catching up. But the fact is that if you vote outside of your precinct, the county elections office is having to find your ballot, find your vote, tie it directly to your name, identify all of your ballot selections in order to tie it back to your precinct for precinct level reporting. So for that reason, we're asking for a return to voting by precinct on Election Day. We understand and yield to the fact that during early voting, the law does order that all available polling locations be accessible to all voters. So we're dropping our request for in-precinct voting on early voting. But we are asking for in-precinct voting by Election Day. This is still possible. We still have time The poll books cannot be loaded with any data until, at the very least, the deadline for voter registration for this November. I've created a map here that shows how simple it is to assign precincts to a location. We have a 10,000 voter cap, so we can't go over 10,000 voters at each location. I've sent this link out to a few people locally. I'll make sure that all of you get it. There is one feature on here. If you hit this button right here, the number 0, if you hit this pulls up every single location that we don't need. This is 26 locations on election day that we could cut because using our existing locations, we can adequately serve all voters if we're assigning them a polling location that's close to their home. And I mean within 3 to 5 miles, very close. So we'll have 2 weeks of voting countywide. We're asking for the option of ballot secrecy. The only way to guarantee the voter the option of ballot secrecy is to have in-precinct voting on election day. If we don't have that, we have no guarantee of ballot secrecy because I have no guarantee that I won't be the only voter from my precinct to vote in a given location. I have to wait and see if my ballot will be up for grabs. And that is unconstitutional. We need to enforce both ballot secrecy and auditability. I've dropped off a packet of information here for you guys. You'll get it after the meeting. I came a little bit late. But this shows that Democrats are affected even more than Republicans. This is not a partisan issue. We want this, this remedy available for everybody. So we have in Dallas County, just on election day in the most recent primaries, in Dallas County, 13.4% of Democrat ballots are public. In the Republicans, 8.6%. And we go down to Tarrant, 10.56% of Democrats' ballots are public from this most recent primary. And redaction of the records does not alleviate the problem. It only prevents the public from confirming that there's a problem.
Thank you. Following Ms. Story, we have Octavia Reed.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. I'm new to Tarrant County, and I think this commission and you, the judge, do a great job. You have a lot to look at and take care of. And I'm sure that you want Tarrant County to be recognized for having legal elections per the election code. And the code numbers you might want to look at are 122.001 and 123.002. This concerns the law that says ballots are to be secret. That's everybody's ballot. And it is to be accountable. We should be able to find them and account for them. They're not being handled legally at this time. So one way we can correct that quickly is on election day. According to the codes, we can have ballot secrecy and the ability to audit the ballots by having voting in precincts and assigning precincts to polling locations and binding the poll books to the voters in the assigned precincts. And casting ballots by precinct on election day is the only way that we're going to guarantee ballot secrecy. America is a constitutional republic. It was founded on Judeo-Christian principles. Texas's founding fathers were statesmen, different from politicians. A statesman is someone who does everything for the common good of the people he or she represents. A politician is a person who will say or do anything to get elected or gain power. To call a person a statesman is a mark of high regard for that person's integrity. And when you applied for the job of commissioner and judge, you were hired by the people who voted for you. You made a promise to the people who hired you called an oath. And the oath was to defend the U.S. and Texas constitutions and the constitutional laws of Texas. Not any law is a constitutional law. The founders wrote excellent election codes in this state. And you must follow the constitutional laws like you promised. It's the duty of the people to remind you that government as a constitutional republic is with the consent of the people.
Thank you. Following Ms. Reed, we have Ms. Carr, Aretha, or I think it's Aretha. Ms. Reed is up now.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
I am the sister of Chastity Bonner, who was an inmate in Tarrant County Jail. Chastity passed away 4 days before her 36th birthday. We have yet to receive any answers. We have gotten nothing. We received an email asking to withdraw the request that was made for a copy of the autopsy and toxicology report due to the ongoing investigation. The claim is the cause of death, which we were told it was the hardening of the arteries. So if that's being determined, why is the full autopsy report still not being released? Also, we have been told by the medical examiner's office that they need to hear from the sheriff's office to have the report released. We have contacted the sheriff's office several times, and we have not received a call back. Our question is, what is the holdup?
All right, is there Ms. Carr here? Following Ms. Carr, we have Jimmy Blackwell.
Good morning, good evening. My name is Aretha Carr. I'm here on behalf of Chastity. But not only Chastity, I lost a brother in Tarrant County. No one gave us answers. It's been some years. His name is Ari Stevenson. Nobody contacted us, nobody said nothing. So how many more deaths do we have to take? I lost my son 2 years ago. Not behind gang-related, not behind being behind bars. I lost him, he was in an accident. But how much more can we take of losing kids, especially as us mothers? We the one have to deal with this. We carry our kids for 9 months, we have our kids. Yeah, we got fathers that's in kids' life, but what about the mothers? When are our voices gonna be heard?
Following Mr. Blackwell, we have LaMonica Bratton.
Judge O'Hara, there's an old saying that goes like this. If you tell a lie long enough, people will eventually begin to believe it. I've heard the lie that an election was stolen so many times that I'm convinced that an election was stolen. The difference being that I believe that the 2016 election was stolen, and the 2020 election only solidified my belief. Satan was so shooken when he got the bad news that his cum laude graduate and his #1 protege had pulled off the greatest political hijacking in this country's history. That he had to be rushed to Hell Memorial Furnace to be resuscitated. Now, 8 years later, after the 2016 election was hijacked, mega Knights are at it again, trying to concoct another plan to steal the 2024 election. Is this the only way mega Knights can win elections? By lying, misinformation, racism, bigotry, fear-mongering, intimidation, and downright deceit. The American political system has hit rock bottom, and you people continue to dig deeper and deeper, searching for dirty, immoral, and disgusting methods on how to win an election. I ask you, where is the integrity? Since you are a voting integrity task force, where is the integrity? You cannot have integrity if your organization is lined with lying, misrepresentation, deceit, intimidation. You cannot have integrity that way. So my suggestion is that there is no integrity, and this thing needs to be abandoned.
Following Ms. Bratton, we will have two speakers that are asked to speak on something closed, I guess maybe three. Is that permissible, Mr. Cradaville, to have people speak on a closed?
Yes, Judge.
During public comment?
Just any time before we go into close is
Gotcha. All right, is Ms. Bratton here? All right, following Ms. Bratton, we have Ms. Cox.
Mr. O'Hara, I'm Miss Bratton. Yeah. Chastity Bonner's mother. This is Chastity Bonner. That should not be here. But because you are failing at your job, this is where my baby is. Her new resident. No communication, no condolences from you, Wayborn. Thank you, Commissioner Simmons, for communicating with my family and sending out your condolences. I have so much I have to say, meaning we'll be here every chance that we get because my heart aches. I don't sleep, but you do. I am very furious. And this is unacceptable. I have no intention on backing down or giving up because you make me move and fight harder without no response from you. The way that y'all informed me of my daughter's death, raggedy. Didn't appreciate it. It took 15 minutes for the person to tell me who they were and why they were calling. But then after I got to a point to where I almost got tired, the way that they told me the passing of my daughter, your daughter Chastity Bonner is dead. Who says that to a person? A person and people that don't care. Well, since you don't care, I'll make sure you see my face. You'll see Chastity's home. Because this right here, oh, and by the way, let me read this to you. My grandchildren are so devastated, they can't come to speak. This is for my granddaughter, LaBeverly. The death of my mother has caused me much pain. As a child, should always be able to go to their mother for support, comfort, advice. Cannot do so to her passing. It is pain I wouldn't wish on anyone. Becoming a mother and raising my daughters has been especially hard this past year after the passing of my mother. She didn't deserve to be treated any less because of mistakes, which y'all didn't hesitate to throw out there, her reason for being in jail.
Ma'am, thank you. Your time is up. All right, we have Ms. Cox now. Following Ms. Cox, we have Julie Griffin.
I asked to speak about the death of Miss Baldwin, Georgia Baldwin. It's on your closed agenda for a discussion of the settlement of the case. Actually, it doesn't say for discussion of the settlement of the case. It just says discussion of the case. It's item A2. There was a newspaper article from the Star Telegram last week about the settlement of the case. It's settled for $750,000. So then I decided, well, I guess I best go look at PACER. PACER is the federal court case system where you find the records, and sure enough, there was a settlement agreement. So I don't know why exactly we're not having an announcement of that on the agenda for today, but at least it's on the agenda, and it allows me one more time to speak about what's really in that case. It is the most exhaustive pleading you could imagine. And the key thing is that it exposes what, when I was in civil rights practice, we used to call blame the victim. Blame the victim. It documents that Ms. Monner was denied, well, actually, what happened is that she was incompetent to deal with her own needs, but she was locked up in a solitary confinement cell. And the position of the jail staff were, well, if she didn't drink the water in the cell and she died of dehydration, wasn't that just her fault because she didn't drink the water and there was a working fountain in her cell? The pleadings tell us that she was not mentally competent and could not have taken care of her own needs, and that there was a diagnosis from a doctor that said she needed a hospital. She needed hospitalization care because she couldn't care for herself. But she didn't get hospitalization care because MHMR didn't prioritize getting it for her. MHMR didn't much visit with her. It says that Georgia had 5 scheduled visits with MHMR personnel during nearly 5 months she was incarcerated. This is at page 3 of the motion, of the response to a motion to dismiss the case. It's pleading number 33, if you want to look it up on PACER. At any rate, George had 5 scheduled visits with MHMR during 5 months she was incarcerated. The rest of her visits with a mental health professional were very short and ranged from only 2 minutes up to 32 minutes. But she was supposed to be transferred for inpatient treatment until the day she died. And she spent only a total of 18 minutes with a mental health provider.
Next is Ms. Griffin. Following Ms. Griffin, we have Nan Terry.
Good afternoon. I'm Julie Griffin. All 3 persons you will be discussing in closed session today died or encountered near death in the custody of our jail. Georgia K. Baldwin, Anthony J. Johnson Jr., Kelly Maston. All 3 either suffered acute mental illness or were developmentally disabled. For all 3, the jail's deliberate indifference to their mental disability led to their death or near death. Ms. Baldwin was in a rapidly deteriorating and deeply disturbed mental state, delusional and erratic, which prevented her ability to voluntarily access available water, and the jail knowingly failed to address it, in addition to the abject failure to transfer her to inpatient psychiatric care even after competency restoration had failed. Ms. Maston was unable to communicate her needs, being the equivalent in mind to a 5-year-old, and suffered multiple seizures without being given access to medical care, leaving her with bruises all over her body and causing trauma and near death. Mr. Johnson was suffering from schizophrenia and needed psychiatric care for that condition, not solitary confinement in a jail cell, and not a presumption of rational action when accosted by guards who wanted to remove him from his cell. For Mr. Johnson, the intentional taking of his life took place in the context of total chaos and unconcern for his life and well-being, as we could see from the portion of video that was made public. All of these cases raise the question, where is the care? Where are MHMR and JPS? MHMR employees have testified that they rely on jailers to let them know if a prisoner isn't drinking water, while depositions reveal that jailers aren't trained to recognize signs of dehydration and don't monitor water consumption of mentally ill prisoners. This gap between MHMR staff and jailers is systemic, having caused 3 dehydration deaths in mentally ill persons at our jail in the last 5 years. Georgia Baldwin, Abdullahi Mohammed, and Edgar Villatoro Alvarez. The lack of connection between the two systems, jail and MHMR, must cause many other failures of care, many that we cannot see until a death and a lawsuit that causes time after time millions of dollars to flow from the county coffers. It is really shocking, the culture of uncare that allows these deaths. So as you discuss these cases, ponder this. What is missing in the relationship between the jail and MHMR, the jail and JPS, that brings about systematic death and trauma? What is missing internally in jail governance and culture that makes it possible?
Thank you. Ms. Terry.
Good afternoon. 3 lawsuits on the closed agenda. I know of others. I'm sure Mr. Cradis does too. Do you? From a citizen in Tarrant County, my biggest concern regarding each of these cases is mentally ill and housed in the Tarrant County Jail. Scary. Will they make it out alive? WFA, I apologize, I'm going to repeat some points Julie made, but WFA ran a story involving Georgia K. Baldwin and others who died under similar circumstances. I want to share excerpts from that story. In a deposition, former Chief Deputy Charles Eckert testified all 3 inmates had 24/7 access to water, so it's not a concern as long as we provide water to them. In another statement, Mr. Eckert spoke, the Sheriff's Department can't hold people down and force water into their mouth. They have to make the conscious choice to walk over to the sink and drink water. In depositions, employees with MHMR testified they rely on jailers to let them know if a prisoner isn't drinking water. My question to you is, are the statements I read, as reported by WFA, still the policy of the jail? I don't know, as the sheriff doesn't share what policy he has or what updates are made. How many more inmates are suffering from mental illness, decompensating in the jail? I had to learn what that word meant I didn't know before I started talking to y'all. How many more inmates are deteriorating due to mental illness? They don't know that they need to drink water because of their worsening mental illness while being housed in the Tarrant County Jail. As you discuss these settlements in closed session, I want you to ask yourself, what are you going to do about the other inmates in the similar situation as Ms. Baldwin, or similar situations as Ms. Maston or Mr. Johnson? Are you going to do anything besides write checks? Will you please release the official documents like the autopsy report from Ms. Bonner? Will you release the entire video of Mr. Johnson? You can and you should do more than write checks. Thank you.
All right, do we have any announcements or comments from the commissioners? All right, seeing none, please remain seated while I read the following. The Commissioners' Court will now recess the open session and proceed to closed session to discuss items exempt under 551.071, 072, 074, 076, 087, and 0725 of the Texas Government Code. We are now in recess.
Don't do very much.
No.
What item was that? I remember. Is it K2? Yeah. Are they back there plotting? Maybe. Maybe. If he changes his mind,
Huh?
if he changes his mind, will you make that motion?
Yeah.
Okay.
He'll be here. Are you meeting with Bill Greenwood, Bill Hazelwood? Y'all
The commissioners.
Gary?
next week?
Tomorrow.
This week?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
You wanna be
Okay.
there?
Oh, he's getting jacked around.
Do you want to be there?
Huh?
Do you want to be there?
What time are you meeting?
Let me see. 2.
Let me look. Mike.
Okay. TK, can you send that to Kevin?
Are you getting the incessant text messages? No, you're not getting them?
No.
From all these political PACs and stuff?
No, is there another one happening for me?
No, I meant just in general about the election.
Yeah, I get plenty.
Okay,
Oh, I thought you were talking about me.
No, I get them nonstop, like 3 or 4 an hour.
In the same amount. Just, cutting people off and putting more on the list.
Must be a net gain, I mean, they know what they're doing.
Going from 4s to 3s to 2s.
Right.
Sorry, that was an accident.
All right, we live?
We're good, sir.
All right, we're back from a fairly lengthy executive session. Do we have any motions to make at this time?
I move that the court reconsider the action taken on the contract with MHMR for juvenile services.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to reconsider the action taken on item K2, which is the fiscal year 2025 contract between Tarrant County and MHMR of Tarrant County. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. Okay, it passes 4-1. Any other motions?
I move that we approve the MHMR contract.
We have a motion to approve K2 and a second. Any discussion on that item? All right, seeing none, also cast your vote. All right, passes by the same 4-1 margin. There's no other action to be taken at this time. Therefore, we are now adjourned.